Hello, hello. 1 2 1 2. Let's check the mic. 1 2 1 2. Let's see how audio is on the old Twitch. 1 2 1 2. There's no audio. What the? Wait a sec. 1 2 1 2. Microphone check. Microphone check. Okay, there's audio, but I need to lower down the music volume, I guess. Okay, now it should be alright. At least on Twitch. And let's see how it's going on with the YouTube. YouTube, hello, hello, hello. Alright, we're locked in. I think everything's alright. I think we're live. I think we're ready. And we will start talking about game animation sample real soon. All right. Yeah, on this stream, I might be coughing and sneezing a little bit more because spring started here in Poland. We went from minus 12 degrees like 2 weeks ago to like super short interim period between winter and spring when there was like 2 degrees. Most of the snow melted down, but there's still sun. And 16 degrees yesterday. And with that, something started, spreading pollen, and my nose and my body immediately got fucked up from that. But we will manage. There are medicines, etc. I don't have to go outside too much. So, what will be happening on today's stream? Unreal Engine released game animation sample some time ago as a way to show how you can use all the new anim tech from Unreal Engine to to set up animations, especially when you have like large animation sets and you want to do like some parkour movement or just something that looks very natural, right? The complexity in the all regular anim graph balance up real quick, right? To manage that. So they kind of created a little bit more of tech to implement motion matching. To quickly explain what motion matching is in like very broad strokes. What? No, I don't want to create new one. Delete. Yeah. I love TL draw, by the way. Let's use that. Maybe orange. So basically, motion matching, right? What's the general idea? I cannot write. Oh shit. What is the general idea behind motion matching? Well, you have a huge ass library of animation. Anim library. Here it is. It is huge, right? And it contains lots of anim sets, right? Anim set that might be connected to jumping, anim set connected to like maybe I should reduce the stroke to like walking. Oh, it works like that. Okay, I thought that it would make my pencil stroke thinner. Walking, I don't know, running, right? Running, punching, kicking, blah blah blah, right? Lots of anim sets. And usually, what you would do with an anim graph, you would have to by hand create a blueprint, script, and logic within it of how you move between all those anim sets, how do they blend, etc. With motion matching, it works a little bit differently. Each anim set, let's take it in under the magnifying glass, right? Each anim set, let's say like anim set connected to jump, contains lots of regular animation, right? And each animation has like, it's being described by a set of variables. For example, Boolean is jumping has to be true in order for any of those to work, right? But also, for example, here velocity has to be X, but here for this animation velocity has to be Y, etc, etc. And also, very important is character velocity direction, right? So we have like our regular ass human here running. Beautiful drawing, right? And he's running and he has some like trajectory, right? And each part of this trajectory is sampled a little bit. And that creates like lots of smaller vectors of where the character is going. And this is also, you know, like a direction is a part of the description of the anim, and it is being used within anim set, right? And there are also variables that are dictating whether you should be in this anim set, like some variable, right? And here is, and walk, for example, might be described by a different variable, the whole anim set to choose from, right? And what happens is character sends all of the needed data to the motion matching, and motion matching just basically, based on the data incoming, chooses which one of, automatically chooses which one of those anim sets and animation it should start blending into, right? And playing. And that way, you don't really have to work too much with anim graph in the sense of like, you know, old anim graph scripting. With this, you need to have a big ass library of animations and anim sets, describe them properly with properties like, hey, this anim set, this animation should be turned on when character is jumping, velocity is in that direction, the speed of the character is this, and I don't know, the angle between the character's forward vector and what is being pressed on gamepad has to be this in order to blend into specific animation, right? And the character is just sending this data to motion matching. Motion matching quickly goes through the whole library and decides what should be blended. And what we get is our character as right now blending in into new anim pose, right? And anim direction, etc., etc. So this is really great when you especially are working with like more naturalistic looking animations, because you can just record motion capture data, describe each animation and anim set by variables that you need to work with, and then you're just pumping out this data to motion matching, and you're getting a nicely blended character animation. You don't have to think too much about it, especially when you have root motion in your animes. And for example, you're working with single player, you have root motion baked into your animations, right? And it's a part of character's movement, right? You don't drive character's movement from code too much. It's more based on root motion. Also, a good idea to use that. Not sure if I would use it for like heavily stylized animation. Probably can be used and was used by some companies in that way, or with like handcrafted animations, etc. Just don't know how they really did it, so cannot speak on this, right? But that's like the basic like overview. That's like basic overview of motion matching, right? So just to quickly reiterate, character is pumping out data to animation library, right? Or to animation motion matching, right? This data is being sampled for variables, and based on those variables, specific animation is being chosen to blend into right now. And that's what's being applied to our character's skeleton, right? So let's take a peek at how they did it this time, because that sample has been released like some time ago. I had a stream on it last year. And what's most exciting about this sample, for me at least, is the fact that they included a mover component. And how? I cannot write. Right? And a mover component. And why it is exciting for me? Well, I kind of like the general idea of moving component. Mover component is like a way to compose your very specific move via how to explain this the best? Like you have like a library of already created move types, move functions, etc. that are driving the code movement of a character. It is being replicated over the network, supposedly a little bit better than the regular old character movement. And it's supposed to be character agnostic. It doesn't even need to be applied on character. It can be applied to a cube, right? and I like it because it seems like I can compose moves way easier, less boilerplate code or almost zero boilerplate code. It works by default over the network really nicely, and you can do a lot of custom stuff with mover component. And I think it was even 2 years ago in 2024 when they said that they are going to release an example of how you can marry motion matching with mover component, right? So no movement based on root motion and animations. Everything drives by mover component, but still nicely blended animation with motion matching. That's like the most exciting thing for me within this game animation sample. There are a couple of other things, but that's what I'm mostly excited for. Sticky Man, hi! It's good to have you here. How are you doing? Let me quickly take care of my nose because spring started yesterday here in Poland and it's already, all the pollen is fucking up my, nostrils, etc. Allergies are kicking in, so let me quickly take care of that. Alright, allergy taken care of. And let's dive quickly right in. Firstly, let's take a peek at how it even looks, right? First thing that we should do is, just like in the setup last year or 2 years ago, bring up game animation widget. Here it is, nice widget that shows all the controls of the character, the debug controls. Actually, it is a very nice idea to like, for any game. Oh, yeah, I forgot that there are like color styles to the level, but I like the colorful one. It is generally speaking a great idea to have like for your game while you're working with the editor something like this for quick debug cheat in the editor, but then of course this is only play in editor debug, so when you're playing a build it won't show up, so there's the minus of that, right? Okay, so what do we have here? Right now we kind of see that we can swap the visuals of the character real quick. For example, we can have this sport looking guy here, this cyberpunky looking guy here, like he came out of Deus Ex or Cyberpunk. We have the Unreal Engine mascot, I believe. I forgot the name of this character, Eco or something, right? And like a regular mannequin. It's basically to show you how you can use child actor component to have the same skeleton, the same animation graph, or in this case, the same motion matching data, the same the same animations library, right? And still have different visuals, right? So they kind of wanted to show you, hey, if you record or purchase some big animation library for motion matching, you can just reuse them between characters, right? All right, I think I like the running guy the best out of all these guys, right? And right now, as we can see, there are a couple of configs to the whole motion matching setup. It shows you what is driving the movement, CMC, which means character movement component, the default thing in Unreal right now, the regular stuff, which motion matching database LOD we are using. It is dense. We can change between sparse and extreme sparse. We will explore the visual differences in a second. Full motion matching versus state machine blend stack hybrid. Don't know what it means yet. We will explore that. Is there like a help here? Experimental setup designed to be an alternative to fully motion matched setup. Okay. Offset of a root motion, right? Enabled, we can turn on debug, orientation warping, we can turn on debug, etc. Thread safe anim. Basically, you can set up anim graph and animation processing in such way that You can turn off a couple of checks and be like, hey, this is trade safe. You can do operations outside in other threads and everything will be alright. The engine will check it for you if this is truly true, otherwise it won't compile. And if you set up your graph alright, then you're getting a lot of boost. Not every operation can be done that way, but performance boost is really good here. Some kind of gameplay camera system. It requires play and editor restart, okay, and some camera style. Close, medium, far, and debug when the character is almost like centered, which is not used today in games that much, but it's not fully centered. I don't understand what is so debuggy about that. I like the medium one. Oh, they added readme. Oh, nice. That is also something nice that I could copy. As an idea that you have your project, and the moment you open it up, like a little readme shows up to kind of guide you quickly through the project or plugin or whatever. I might use that idea in the future. Let's see. In mover component updates, they put the readme file in the code files, right? That was the way that you could read the readme of what they added in. Here, it's nice that they kind of put it in the editor, right? So if you have a project set up only in editor, don't worry, they are still showing you how you could set up such thing. So let's read through that. The goal of this project is to showcase a comprehensive set of various gameplay animation features, blah blah blah, deconstruct, learn from. This project will continue to be updated and improved upon with each major engine release. Think of it as a living project that will grow over time with more animations, yada yada yada. Great. Main update. We've added a new experimental mover pawn. That's what I've been talking about. The addition of mover components. Some of y'all, found me through that stream. This character uses the new mover component and leverages some brand new smooth movement modes to achieve a balance between natural human locomotion, responsiveness, and quality. To test out this new level of control, we created some rather robust rotation behaviors. That's interesting. We will take a look at how they implemented it. I hope it's not in C++ because I didn't generate code for this project, but if it is, ain't a problem. On traditional strafe locomotion in games, we also provide a high degree of flexibility for a different game type. Okay. A new sliding movement mode has been added to Mover Pawn to showcase the modular and BP-friendly nature of Mover. We will be for sure taking a peek at that. Chooses, those things that are basically taking the data from the character and sampling your animation library to find the best anim to blend to. Those are called chooses in Unreal. Now having an experimental post search column that aims to bring the functionality of motion matching into chooses directly. Ah yes, because chooses I think are data agnostics. They are being used in motion matching, but I think they implemented them as such that basically you can treat it as a black box. You input some data, you implement variables that will be used to sample the data set, and it will output whatever the fucking thing you want, right? If you have a data set to choose from. Which could be powerful, right? Instead of like creating custom scripts that are basically just taking data and choosing some other data as a response, you could just use chooses, right? Possibly. Depending on how much data you're working with, it might be easier to set up and also probably more optimized. For example, you have to choose between 600 assets, right? But if you are choosing between 4 assets, then probably regular script is better. Example of this can be seen in traversal smart object setups. Don't know what that is. We'll take a peek. We've added a new NPC level with bench interactions. Ah yes, I saw in their short YouTube video about, hey, we released a new GASP update that they showed that they did something with NPCs. So we will take a peek at that. Sorry, I will be coughing a little bit through the stream because, as I said, pollen started showing up because yesterday was like the first non-calendar but real spring day. We've added a new locomotor level which showcases a walking tank and I made it 100% procedurally in control rig. We might not have time today to explore this. I think those 4 points might already be enough for today's stream, but that is extremely interesting. 100% procedurally animated guy in control rig and its locomotion. It might be interesting. Damn, how cool it have to be to work at Epic, being one of the guys that is just dedicated to making this animation sample. That has to be cool. You can have like real weird idea. Hey, let's showcase how control rig works. Let's animate, I don't know, a spider or a dragon or some kind of alien, freaky alien, and let's animate it to show how you can use our features. That's gotta be cool. Job. We've added a new control rig version of foot placement used on the mover pawn. This is part of the ongoing effect to improve control rig tooling, so you can expect improvements in this area in the future. Okay, great. 500 new animations. Damn. Graham is here. Good morning, GameDev. Good morning to you. How are you doing? Is it spring where you live? Because spring started yesterday in Poland. It's 16 degrees Celsius outside. It was yesterday. Right now it's more like 10. And, you know, plants already started releasing all the pollen. So my allergies kicked in. Graham says, stressed. You're stressed. Oh, damn. What's happening? What is happening? Lots of work? Graham says, I decided to backport the substrate 5.8 Toon shader model to 5.5.4 as a non-substrate. Oh, damn. That's the undertaking. And how is it going? Was it hard or... I imagine it has to be hard, right? To kind of backport that stuff. Substrate 5.8. So you're already on 5.8. Probably on the GitHub, right? Branch. Graham says, it's getting there, but I have some problems with some of the shadow terminators. Yeah. God damn. Damn, that's gotta be tough. That's gotta be a tough challenge to backport it. But, you know, fingers crossed, it will work alright. And to everyone like thinking like, why would you backport something from the newest release to like older release? Well, sometimes you are working on a project, right? And it's already in a really good state and you kind of don't want to upgrade the whole project. You might have had some like custom engine changes, or you are already so far advanced with the project that right now updating the engine version underneath it and all of the project might destroy your whole project, right? In the best case scenario, you might spend a lot of time fixing bugs. In the worst case scenario, it might be full bar, fucked up, you know, beyond any repair. I think that's how it goes, full bar. And you end up with that project. So certain companies and crews are deciding, no, we are staying on this, you know, specific version of the engine, and we will just backport, cherry pick specific things, right? That is a viable strategy. Sometimes it might be easier than update the whole project. And sometimes, you know, like for example, the game I'm working here on stream, it's purely done in blueprints. I can just upgrade it to 5.7 because I'm still at 5.6, and then to 5.8, and maybe it won't break. Graham says, I have half the Twitch Unreal Engine art guys intrigued for their stylized games. Damn. I bet. And Substrate Toon Shader model. Damn. Damn, I would love to take a peek at it. Like, do you have like some blog or somewhere when you are sharing this progress? If you don't, as I said before, you know, you could set up some social media account or something for that, Instagram or whatever. I would love to, you know, follow all that stuff. Graham says, having a dedicated shader model for toon shading on earlier, more performant versions would be a big win. Mm-hmm. They've been teaching me tech art to try and get where it needs to be. That's a nice, how we called it on the last stream, full circle, right, moment. That's nice. Marmalade. Hi. How you doing? Toon shading and on substrate. Tell me, Graham, like, I'm not really that familiar with substrate. I've been to like one lecture about it, but I felt like I don't have enough knowledge to understand what the guy was talking about. I felt like a dummy. But from what my basic understanding, there's no such word. For my basic understanding, the difference between, you know, the regular all Unreal Engine Lightning and material models and the substrate is that within substrate you are more defining the properties of how light bounces off and penetrates the object, right? Versus like, hey, you know, you have your base color, you have your metallic, you have your specular, etc., right? Like you are more defining how light behaves when it interacts with given material. Or am I not correct? Like, how is it easier for you to working with the substrate, or I wonder how is your experience? Sion is here. Hi, long time no see. How are you? I'm fine. Allergies are kicking my ass, but otherwise I'm fine. And how are you? Did you get enough sleep? Graham says, yeah, they can't do the code. I can do the tech art, but combined we have some solid knowledge. Yeah, that's why it's nice to collaborate with people. That's the full circle moment. When you can do the code, they know the tech art, and it all balloons up into nice package of job being done. Sion says, yes, I did, but you could use more sleep. Oh yeah. You and me both, brother. I woke up, I felt like, even though I got a good night's sleep, but because of all the allergies and tiredness, I was kind of like, I felt like I'm a zombie waking up from the fucking coffin. Marmalade says, I can yap about substrate, but I'm still trying to adapt to it. Okay. I haven't touched substrate, I'll be honest. Probably this year I will have some stream about this, as usual, without like preparation, just diving headfirst just to see how a first timer would, you know, interact with all of the substrate, how I could quickly create some typical material stuff, etc., etc. The only thing that I'm really interested in is how when they showed, it was I think 5.2 or maybe 5.3, the opal, this layered materials, when you have slabs of materials and the top layer can have a different light interaction properties than the bottom layer, and that can create like a depth effect that kinda couldn't be done in the same way or as easily done in the same way previously. That's really interesting, you know. Graham says, do you have a channel for posting screenshots in Discord? I can show you where the shader is right now. Yes, yes. And thank you for reminding me to share, you know, the link to my Discord. Let me quickly take care of that. Let me share. Yes, here it is. Here's the Discord invite, and there's like a general channel. That's when we are posting screenshots. We don't have a lot of channels there either yet, or there will never be, because it seems like there's like a main conversation happening in general, and you know, just feel free, Graham, to post your progress there. And if you're okay, you know, I can show it here on stream if you don't mind, right? Marmalade says, but your idea is about right. There are two main features to Substrate. How you define the shading model. Legacy materials were limited to predefined BRDFs on all layers of the material. Substrate allows defining BRDFs more granular. For Polish person, this is like a hellish word to pronounce. Granularly, and have more multiple BRDFs on each layer or on the same layer. Okay, so yeah, you're confirming my assumption about the general idea of substrate. Yeah, that seems interesting, because it seems like what, for example, guys were doing either in Godot or Unity with like render graph, etc., like doing completely things that you couldn't do it with Unreal, like completely override the regular behavior, like it couldn't be done. And it seems like right now with Substrate you kinda could do this, if I understand this. Like you could really do something expressive, weird, out of the box, etc., right? Not out of the box, out of the left field. You know what I'm saying, right? Like you could do something that previously you would have to really dig into rendering code to do. Like I'm doing the kind of flipbooky post process and materials for the project that I'm working on here on stream. And it seems like maybe Substrate could give me even more to work with this kind of weird art style. Yeah, for sure I will be, you know, looking into that more. Thank you for explanation, Marmalade. And I think Graham posted. Yes, Graham is here. And is it okay for you, Graham, if I show this on stream? While I'm waiting for Graham's response, let's read more about what's in the README. Oh, more animations, completely new. That's a red. Jump and traversal motions to match the new relaxed set. Slide motions for slides. No smart object. I haven't dealt with smart object at all. I don't know really what it is. Trajectory recording tool is public for all licenses in 5.7. Never interfaced with that. New motion warp setup. State tree setup for an AI driven character. And state tree for smart object. Okay. New NPC level, new locomotor level, new slide geo for main level, new target dummy section for to main level to showcase mover rotation. Miscellaneous. We've added a new extremely sparse motion matching example for CMC character, which aims to show minimum viable animation set. That's nice. They added like, hey, here is the minimum amount of animations you should have if you want to use motion matching. Anything below that, not suitable for motion matching. That's great. Now we have something to measure against. An adjustment to mobile setup. The fact that this can work on mobile is blowing my mind. I never did anything with mobile for Unreal Engine. I don't really understand how Unreal Engine 5 works on mobiles, but it works, right? Games are being released, and the fact that this kind of sample can work there is kind of mind-blowing. All right. Graham says, yeah, sure. Okay, I can share it. And Marmalade says, yeah, you can. As an answer to like my speculations about whether you could use Substrate in such a way that you could produce more expressive visuals than you used to back in before Substrate. You you can. There is a render dependency graph or RDG, and you can inject or remove parts of it fairly easily to add new render passes, but only in C++. Ah, that's the thing. Only in C++. Okay, okay. So you cannot kind of override any of these things from like substrate level or whatever. Okay, okay. I wonder if it will be hard for someone who's not a neither rendering programmer, not a Turk artist. I'm just a regular old gameplay programmer, right? C++. If it would be viable for me to like get there and do something. This also might be a funny stream at some point. Okay, let's show what Graham has been talking about. This is Graham's custom toon shader model, and it looks amazing. Wow. Damn. And you're backporting that to 5.5.4. No. Damn. And it's the picture that I'm looking at here, this render is done within the substrate or your backport to 5.5.4. Graham says, I'm just a coder too, bro. Yeah, I know, and that's inspiring that you can achieve those details. It's like, holy shit. Okay. I'm, this is like the goal right now for me. Like, okay, so us regular coders can achieve something cool, right? That's good to know. Graham says, yes, those screenshots are in 5.5.4 already backported. So it's already a backport. It's not even a substrate stuff, you guys. God damn. Still have some issues to solve, but it's getting there. The shader model uses data assets to define profiles for the material, where I can set material-specific variables for shading. Ah, nice. But to be honest, on this screenshot, I didn't even see any of those problems, right? You have to kind of zoom in there. But still, like... Damn. That looks awesome. And here's like a data set where you can use a diffuse ramp, specular ramp, shadow ramp, specular indirect ramp, and other. Damn, nice asset setup. You can just swap out those data assets and you basically have a different profile. Material will look differently. That's really nice. And toon profile right in the material. Nice. Great job, Graham. Great job. You're inspiring as all living hell. Like, kudos to you. Kudos to you. Nice job. All right, so let's take a peek about that, and let's like I could show off like regular character motion, character movement component works with that, etc. But no, let's jump straight into the mover. This is the character using a mover plugin, and while moving around, I literally feel no difference. So that's kind of amazing, right? That's also view controls. Movement is WSAD, camera of course. Sprint is shift. Oh, I have to hold it. There's no toggle. Okay, I can live with that. Walk is control. Crouch is C. Slide mover only is C while sprinting. Nice. It really is extremely smooth. I was expecting some jankiness. Jump traversal space, toggle rotation mode. Ah, okay, I can take a peek at this nice model. Okay, nice shoot. Aim, work in progress. Okay, aim nothing. Change camera style. Ah, medium, far. I don't have to click buttons or debug. Okay, let's stick to medium. Graham says, yeah, so I just feed the data asset profile into gbuffer as a scalar, then I have all the variables I could need available. That's... I love this kind of ideas, man, because it's like so simple. But now I'm thinking like, why most of the materials that I ever worked in my life don't have this kind of setup? It's so simple and genius way to handle all this shit. I love that. I love that. That's the thing about genius shit. So much of genius shit is just the simplicity that wasn't achieved before. It's like when you take a peek at it, it's like, of course, that's how it should work. No one else came up with that before, but that's how it should work, and that's like a standard right now for your thinking when you interface with something like really genius and simple. I love this stuff. I have a tendency to overcomplicate things, so I'm always in awe when people are coming up with like nice, clean, you know, gentle and simple setup. It's like, of course. And now I learned from that. Graham says, I overcomplicate things all the time. I know exactly how you feel. Occupational hazard. Yep. Yep. Especially in like daily life when I have to do something, you know, simple in house, I'm already thinking like, what if I did this, that, and I'm already creating like generating a whole random ass things that I'm doing instead of doing what I was supposed to do, right? Just because the final effect would be better, and it's like, no, the simple thing needs to be simply done, and it's like, fuck, my brain, what are you doing? Okay, jump course. Okay, it's like, and it's all down on mover. So I would say if any of you guys are planning to do parkour game, study that, because that's how you would do it. The obstacle course too. Ah, I already am here. Okay. I jumped for here. Okay, let's do it again. Obstacle course 3. I think these were the same as the last year. Possibly. It looks so fucking smooth. Let's go to 4. God damn. That's why motion matching can be cool, because it blends so smoothly. But there are caveats to it that, for example, if you are working on heavily stylized game when you might need like quick and sharp janky move for the gameplay purposes with motion matching, you'd have to set up your data really in a very particular way to achieve that, because all the blending, etc., the smoothness is amazing for, you know, like very naturalistic behavior. But anything stylistic when it comes to animation, you really would have to understand. It's not like, okay, let's drop a big ass data set up variables, we're done. It would be way more like involved, I think. Press and hold while jump to catch ledges while fall. Alright. Okay, we got a little bit adjusted to the edge because I was surely missing this jump, but you know, it feels nice. That is new. That wasn't here last year. Sprint. Marmalade says, one problem with motion matching animations, the system needs really high quality source animation to look good. Exactly. High quality source of animation and a big ass data set. And the readme, they said that they are showing like minimum viable data set that you need to make it work at all. But, you know, still, the more animation, the better it looks. And they need to be high quality, otherwise all the blending will look jarring. Not in a comic booky style fashion of like stuttering or anything. No, it just will be looking like a bug, right? Because you have something blend from into, and those poses aren't exactly like matching in any way, shape, or form. They are way too far apart pose wise. Fucked up situation, right? Alright. Graham says, didn't Expedition 33 utilize this? I don't remember if they used motion matching exactly, but they for sure used this plugin Oh my god. What was the name of it? ALS? No. Unreal Engine Advanced Locomotion System, yes. Plugin. I think it was that. What the fuck is happening? Okay, that Advanced Locomotion System. Isn't there like just a fab link or whatever? Fab.com. How the fuck do you get? Okay, maybe just GitHub for the community version. Shadowfall Studios. I'm not sure if it is these guys, but I think they use that Advanced Locomotion System. In my previous job, we worked with some version of that. I think it was like 2.0 or something for Evil West. It was nice, but you couldn't go outside of the box with that. You have to do things exactly as they were set up in this plugin, you know, which is a nice trade-off for already working locomotion system, right? I know that they use that, but maybe they have married it somehow with motion matching. I'm not sure yet. Marmalade says, we have almost fully procedural animations in our game, like only weapon handling animations are pre-made and maybe a few animations for interaction with environment. Ah, nicely. So, did you use control rig for that? For the procedural animations, or did you do like your own custom solution to that? And what kind of game are you, working on? Okay, let's go up the slope and try to slide from here. Wow, and I can strafe while sliding. Nice. Marmalade answers, based on control rig, but I made a lot of extensions. What kind of extensions? I'm really curious. I interfaced a little bit with control rig, but not like too much, right? Like I think for prototype based, because the game that I was working on at the day job, at the beginning there was like maybe 4 people attached to it, right? No animators, but we had to do like combat prototypes. So I used control rig to basically do like procedural kickback on like a rifle, right? When you're shooting, the whole rifle goes, boom, boom, moves, right? Like not really a recoil, because recoil was code driven to, move the whole crosser up, right? And the whole control up, so you could counter the recoil, etc. Typical FPS style. And I did like a ugliest freaking punch procedurally, like going like this in control rig. That's the extent of like using it to create animation procedurally. So I'm curious, like, what kind of extensions did you do for the stuff that you needed? And is your game FPP, TPP? What kind of perspective? It's really smooth. I do wonder how the license for these animations goes. Like, could you just take the sample and start working on it as a game and, then release the game based on that? I'm not really understanding licenses on that, but it looks cool. But you know what we will do right now? We will simulate, playing on dedicated server, and we will. Was it in project settings or no? I think it was in editor preferences. Play. We will turn on network emulation. Both, and network emulation profile average, which is 3060 for latency, or maybe server only for now. And let's see if it will be still smooth. You know, here we have our mover still turned on. Look guys, when I was on the regular CMC, I could change the locomotion setup to full motion matching. While we are in mover, it's state machine with blend stack hybrid. I don't understand what that means, and there are like different trace setups, which I also don't understand what does it mean. Control style, mover, standard, twin stick, analog input, gate, walk around. I don't understand any of this. But we turned off, like, you know, lag. And actually, to observe, you know, whether it works smoothly, we should turn on 2 players. To see how one guy and the other, how one guy sees the other guy moving, right? And I'm not sure if this sample was meant to be explored in that way, but that's exactly what we will do. Do I have a charged gamepad? Because then I could use that differently. Okay, let's set up our viewport here while we'll be playing in here. Looks smooth for this network profile. Oh my god. Looks smooth, looks alright. Looks really good for mover component. I hope the second client is mover component, so I'm not bullshitting you guys. Marmalade answers about the extensions to control rig. Mostly new nodes to handle bipedal procedural animations. There is experimental default one, but it's quite simplistic. Also, basically whole system for weapons. It's a custom extension to the control rig. You can use this. Okay. Oh, okay. I understand. So new nodes to handle bipedal procedural animations. Okay. Was it hard to create like new nodes and interface with that, or is this a code setup for, you know, node creation for control rig? Quite easy, kind of like, I don't know, blueprint and PCG. Couple of functions to, you know, interface function to override, and then you can just go with your own processing. I wonder how it is for control rig. Marmalade then asks about animations. You can use these animations only for projects in Unreal Engine. Makes sense. But yeah, you can use them for commercial projects. Okay, that's nice. Marmalade says, also the game we work on is a cyberpunk immersive sim FPS, something that is between the original Deus Ex and the modern Arcane Studios games. Okay. Modern Arcane Studios game. Okay. Sounds intriguing. Do you guys already like set up like a Steam link so I can, you know, wishlist this game and follow, or how is the situation going on? How could I follow your project, guys? All right. Sorry for all the noises. It's allergies fucking me up. Let's destroy the simulation even more. Everyone is an emulation target, and let's use bad connection. 100, 200. I mean, 100 is very bad. Yeah. Let's turn on that, and actually, because I was pissed off on the viewport situation, let's do it that way. Both of those clients are simulated on dedicated server. And let me actually see if my gamepad is charged or not charged. What is the situation? Because I haven't used my gamepad on PC or console in a long time. For PC, I'm actually using Switch gamepad. No particular reason, really. Mostly like Xbox is set up in the living room, and that's where we play with the Xbox. I didn't play Switch for a long time on, not even on TV, but just in general. So I've been using this gamepad as like, oh, okay, let me just use it. Marmalade says, page is not live yet. Nah, it is not charged. Okay, so fuck me, I guess. Page is not live yet, Marmalade says, because we plan to do the whole marketing thing near the summer next fest. Ah, okay. When demo will be ready, right now, not much is public. But if you Google project LXIV, you should find the page and links to, as of for now, empty socials. Okay, I understand. So you guys are pre-marketing bits, etc. Pre-marketing push. All right. Project. Let's take a peek. Ah, okay. Under construction. Damn, but it actually looks cool. Info at project. For a under construction and work in development, this is like a really cool page. It's already kind of setting up the vibe. So I gotta tell you, you thought this true. Nice. Graham says, the OG Deus Ex is one of my top 3 favorite games. Oh yeah, the OG Deus Ex. I remember my brother's PC, because he had a PC I didn't have until I was like 18. I had to basically use his whenever he allowed me to. Back when those games got released, right? We had a PC from 98, and it was for 1998, you know, it could run Turok 2, Seeds of Evil, and Half-Life, right? Counter-Strike, Diablo 2, everything was alright. But for some reason I remember Deus Ex wasn't working, so I only had like video game magazines to like read about. I even remember that there was like a printed guide to the Deus Ex, and I was reading it as a kid just because I couldn't play it. Because I was like, wow, this game sounds really awesome. And then years later I finally played it, and yes, it is fucking awesome game. That I kind of feel like it hasn't been. I haven't played Cyberpunk yet from CD Projekt Red, but it kind of feels like that exact emotional response that you have while playing this game hasn't really been done yet. I like the new Deus Ex games, right? But there is something very particular about the OG Deus Ex that still hasn't been like. I don't know really how to explain this, but yeah, it feels like. Yeah, it's one of the greats. Sorry, I just kind of got lost in thoughts, reminding myself, reminiscing about all this stuff. Great story, basically no hand holding, as Graham says. Tons of hidden secrets in the environment. Yes. Marmalade says, First Deus Ex was the first game I played in my life. Oh, a great game to start your gaming, life with. Great game. Graham says, the new Deus Ex kinda got close, but not quite the same. Yeah, exactly. When I was playing the first of the new ones, I'm always getting those names conflated. One is Human Revolution, the other one was something else. But the first one, basically, right? I liked it, I even loved it, but there were a couple of moments where I was like, ah, shit, I see like the modern sensibilities in here and not in the good way, right? There were kind of places when I felt like, okay, I feel like someone was holding my hand, even though I have some choice, but it was like, I think I know what you mean, Graham. Marmalade says, last two Deus Ex are great games, but not good examples of immersive sim games. Yeah, yeah. Mankind Divided. Yes, yes, Mankind Divided. Yeah, it felt too linear. Yeah, it's kind of felt like, okay, here's a level as a puzzle, and you have like basically 3 or 4 ways to go through it, sometimes two, and that's only it. While Dishonored feels more like more of the extension of what the OG Deus Ex kinda did, in the sense that yes, you can play it kinda how the level is set up, but also you can come up with like completely weird and fucked up way to go about achieving a goal, and it, most likely, if you execute it perfectly, it will work. There was like a guy on YouTube that was doing like those funny compilations of all the weird ass ways that he was like going about in the first Dishonored, and it was entertaining as hell to watch that. Like he was cutting heads off, throwing either them in the air or like some objects in the air super high, jumping back. Enemy walked in, got hit with the object on the head, and I was like, I wouldn't even think about playing that way, but that's awesome that the game works with this shit, right? So yeah, DOG Deus Ex married with Arcane Games, Marmalade, I feel intrigued. You know, when the time for your marketing bits show up, like feel free to share the links in the Discord. I will for sure would love to follow. All right, let's have this guy set up as our view into the world. It sucks that I haven't charged gamepad because I could route input from the gamepad to the second window and watch with one window, play with the other. Now I have to do all this alt tabbing and shit, but whatever. Now I kind of feel those lags, but I'll be honest, for 100, from 100 to 200 ping latency, yeah, it's getting fucked up, but it had to. For such high latency, mover component, animation sets, root motion, etc. Dedicated server, it cannot work for this kind of latency, or at least I have no idea how I could make any kind of lag prevention to make it look smooth, right? The only thing you can make sure is that, okay, things are janky right now, but when we stop moving, we won't have a desync, right? We will be in the same position. Yeah, but at least we see that some corrections are being applied. Although, wait, there was I'm fucking up. I'm fucking up if I remember correctly. There was some settings that you had to turn on to make mover work correctly with that. And I guess if this project has mover connected, it should have what the on the mover plugin example level, there was like a page when it shows what settings you should turn off to make the lag compensation work better, but I kind of freaking forgot the name of the settings, and for some reason mover content is completely empty here. So, but the mover plugin should be enabled. Yes, it is enabled. Mover integrations, mover examples is the whole plugin. All right. Yes, let's restart the whole editor. Turn on the lag compensation. and we'll see how the motion matching with mover component will perform then. Yeah. What is like y'all guys most favorite immersive sim? Is it Deus Ex or something else? Right now I'm trying to think of it, and I don't know, like there's something about this honor that really clicks with me. Deus Ex is also like one of the ones that I really love. Deus Ex, Dishonored. Yeah, I wonder, how it is for you guys. Like, what kind of other immersive sims do you guys like, and like would really recommend? Especially something from the indie scene, because I'm not well versed in immersive sims on the indie side of things. Okay, we have our game animation turned on. Mm-hmm. Let's find the name of the settings. What the mover examples? Yes, maps. Base movement. There was like an intro map, but I forgot. Was it here? Was it that one? No, I don't think. No, it wasn't that one. That was the one that had like basically built into the level, like, hey, here, dummy, turn this on. Oh yes, start with these network predictions project setting. That's what I was gunning for. Network prediction. Network prediction setting. Yeah. Preferred ticking policy fixed. Sim proxy network LOD interpolated. We have that. And enable fixed tick smoothing turned on. Alright. Now we have all the settings set up so mover can work better. But also, why recent levels doesn't show the main level that's being loaded in the project? That was the question. But let's see how it will look right now for the multiplayer. And do we have network emulation? Yes. Yeah, let's try with the bad. Let's see if anything got better or maybe nothing changed. And such situations is just purely too hardcore, too much data. Okay, I think we got our mover, right? Mover, yes. And let's switch to my favorite avatar. And yeah, let's try to do something. Yeah, this kind of situation might be too hardcore even for, smooth predictions. So we got mover, hooked in, right? Within this example, but I guess this might be too much of a hardcore situation for network sim lag, anti-lag measures to kick in and work efficiently. I wouldn't even know how to go about that, to be honest, because we are constantly blending. We will see if we are using any of the root motion data, or is it purely mover. Might be hard to sync up any of this stuff, like multiplayer situation. Like a regular running works. I wonder how slide is working. There is a slight jitter, but you know, for 100, 200 ping. When I played Apex a couple of years ago, like extensively, 100 to 100 ping was rendering the game unplayable. No movement was taking place. So the fact that here for the slide, I'm just having a slight jitter. Oh, okay. There are some errors, but it's not that bad for this type of movement. But yeah, that's the thing. Marmalade says about the immersive sim games. I can't choose one. Original Deus Ex, System Shock, Peripetia, Peripetia, sorry. Still a bit raw, but very enjoyable. Set in Poland, by the way. Oh really? I haven't heard about this game. System Shock, of course, it's a classic, and I'm especially glad that was it System Shock 1 or 2 that got remastered? Shit, or both by the Ocean Dive, I think, studios. I don't remember. Let's take a peek at immersive sims set in Poland. Ah, it's that one. Yes, I remember taking a podcast talking about that. Yeah, it's like a year ago, but I remember. I haven't played this, but I was taking a peek at it, and it's based in like some futuristic cyberpunky version of Poland, alt history cyberpunk Poland, inspired by Ironstorm, of course, and Looking Glass Studios, of course. Of course, it's a Polish word, peripetia. Peripeteia in Polish it would be. And I was going like, peripetia. Ho, ho. So, Marmalade, you recommend this one to try out? I love its, visuals. Oh, and the kinda fear slow mo. And it's early access. And there's a demo. Wow. Fumes? What is that? Oh. Some kind of. Oh my god, what was the name of the game? The PlayStation one. You know the one. This kind of reminds me of. I forgot the name. But the Peripeteia looks. Windows 7 if you're cool like us. Oh, nice. Really, just anything made about after 2015. Nice, nice. Nymph Exodus. I wonder. Okay, I will, search for that stuff off stream. Distraction Derby? No, no. The one with the goddamn clown. On the PlayStation 1. I forgot the name. I have it at the tip of my tongue. There was like a TV series that they created out of it with Anthony Mackie. I haven't watched that, but oh my god. Doesn't matter. Twisted Metal, yes, Marmalade. Marmalade here with the Hail Mary. Twisted Metal, yes. Graham says, I thought I saw cars blowing up. I thought Destruction Derby. Yeah, that is also like, a connection. Marmalade says about Peripeteia. Yeah, it's good, but still in development. Not the whole lot of story is there, and there are bugs. Yeah, early access. Regular stuff for early access. Alright, let's jump back into Play Standalone, and I really am curious about how they set up their home. For oh, and there's like, what are those things on the? There's like the edge definition on each. That's how they did it. Okay. So they don't really have like edge detection system in the sense of like tracing where the edge is, kind of like Dying Light does. It's more like, hey, here's a level block, and here is A traversable. Level block traversable. Wonder what that is. That's how, by the way, game sample exploring is. Like, oh, what is this? Oh, what is that? And you're kind of looking at it and like, oh, okay, okay. And parent class, is it C++? No, it's blueprint. Okay, okay. So we will take a peek at it in a second, but because I'm always curious, like how people implemented vaulting. I used to work years ago in Techland when, you know, after Dying Light 1 release, and I saw that they did, you know, and it's publicly available knowledge because I think it was shared on like GDC or something, how they did edge detection for the parkour. And basically there's like lots of GPU traces that are like constantly tracing what kind of geometry is around you, and it's trying to detect where the actual edge is, what are the properties of the mesh edge is, and from that it tries to derive information about whether you can grapple on it, what kind of animation turn on, etc. Which is hard to program, but for the level designers, it was easier because they just kind of have to know the metrics and they don't have to set up blocks as this one in the huge open world. They can just build things out of meshes, and unless they have like some fucked up normals or whatever, everything should work correctly, right? So that was the payoff that they chose. Like, programmer will have a harder time doing all of that mathematics, but level designers for the open world will have easier time, which was a nice payoff for the big ass open world game, right? But some other games are using solutions kind of like this. I think Assassin's Creed, they had kind of like offline post processing of the open world when it went through the whole level, and it was doing those traces and spawning this kind of objects on the level, if I remember correctly. I might be conflating something, but there is one approach that you could take. But let's jump into sandbox, character mover, mover. Okay. Sandbox, character mover. Yes, here it is. All right. Oh my god, lots of components there. I might need a quick break to take water to talk about this and look through all of this. Yeah, this kind of streams are all about like digging into this stuff and trying to see how they set it up, derive some knowledge from that about how you could use that. And if the time allows, maybe changing something or setting up something of your own. We'll see how it will go today. We might need another stream to, parse through all of that. We'll see. And also, I've been so late to 5.7 that I feel like they might announce, and release 5.8 really soon. Marmalade says, every time someone starts to talk about Dying Light, I kind of want to download it again and get into Be the Zombie mode. Oh yes, Be the Zombie. If I remember correctly, actually, some of my colleagues from Techland Warsaw worked on that before I, got into that company, or maybe I was working on another project while they were doing this. I don't remember, but I remember them feeling really proud about, doing that mode and seeing the community response that holy shit, this is like great. And I was looking at, wow, that's gotta feel awesome, right? To make something for people to enjoy it that much. Yeah, Be the Zombie in the first Dying Light was cool. Was really cool. Okay, I think I might need like quick, I don't know, 5-minute break to, take get some water, etc. And we will get into parsing through all of that stuff. What the hell is going on in here? Warning, this pawn uses mover, which is still experimental and is thus a work in progress and liable to change. I love the word thus. Marmalade says, yeah, I have 3k hours in DL1 and only around 150 hours in the story. All the other time I was playing Be the Zombie. Nice. Nice. Amazing. Nice. If I, will meet one of the guys that worked on that, and it might happen, I will tell them, like, hey, Marmalade jump on stream, and he loved it so much. He had 3,000 hours. They would be like, "Holy shit, really? That's awesome." All right, so I need a quick break. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 5-7 minutes, something like this. So I'll be back soon. See you in a couple of minutes. nice. Got my fresh water. Everything should be alright. Hi, Marmalade. God damn. On one hand, I'm happy that spring arrived here in the place where I live. On the other hand, my body wasn't ready for all of this pollen immediately released into the air. So all my sinuses, etc., a little bit overwhelmed. But, you know, I'll manage. Alright. So, we have our pawn that derives from a regular class of pawn, which is nice. There's no custom C++ extension hidden from us. And here is where all the motion matching lies. Here is character mover component, which is our mover. It has our backend class for network prediction, all the movement modes, which is like a typical mover setup. Starting movement, which is falling as usual, persistent sync data. Everything looks kind of tense. That's like something that I don't remember. Handle jump, handle the gravity, constraint, up direction, and everything looks like regularly, I would say. But then we have lots of other components. Gameplay camera component, which I never seen ever. Visual override, this is our child actor component with specific actor class that can be set up here, and I guess this is done in the runtime. Sheep is here, Sheep Rants, hello! How are you doing? How are you doing? And yeah, so how we should go about it first? Like look through all the components or what? Yeah, maybe let's take a peek quick at our skeletal mesh and its animation class, sandbox character mover, because that's also where most of the magic will probably be happening. Oh my god, yes, I think I found a gold mine. Look at all this big ass comment. Lots of animations, as you would expect with motion matching. Lots of values on ground, transform. Motion matching node, not yet fully tuned. This node is the primary anim graph node that drives pose selection in motion matching system. As I would expect. The motion matching node requires two key components. A pose search database, which is the database that contains all of the data assets. This is what I called animation library when I was doing like a quick overview of how motion matching works, right? With this beautiful drawing made by someone who knows that does coding for a living, not art. Yeah, so pose search database uses pose search schema asset, which defines, you know, how to sample that database, right? A pose history node, which contains the pose and the character trajectory data that will be used to query and match animation data again. In this example setup, the pose search database asset is in the update motion matching function, which can be viewed in the node details panel. That's nicely. I love the fact that the modern guys from Epic, especially on the movement side of things, they're doing like all these extensive comments about nodes, etc. Because I'm sure you guys as well as me remember, especially in Unreal Engine 4, certain examples when there was no explanation. It was like, here's the setup, figure out why on your own. Or maybe there was like a live stream, 4-hour live stream to watch. And sometimes they explained why, sometimes they didn't. And now it's like, okay, here's like the big write-up for that. Here's the README file, etc. I love when they're doing something like this. I really love it. Yes, an example post source database is in the update motion matching function. Update motion matching function. Which can be viewed in the node's detail panel. So I can just be like, here it is, and here's our update motion matching. This anim node function is called whenever motion matching node is updated. It evaluates the chooser asset. There's an array of post search database asset based on the current gameplay context, which is basically sampling the the database. Here it has specific chooser. If we take a look at what chooser is kind of, as I said, like a data table with lots of rules and what kind of variables have to be sent to what what kind of value a variable can have in order to enter this specific data set. Like for example, stand idles, right? The enum value for movement mode has to be on ground. It has to have a stance of standing, movement state of idle, and gait can be anything really, right? And if we take a peek at it, we can open up the stand idles, and here we have our post search database when it has further sampling data. I would say that, hey, speed on the 2D plane has to be in this range. Here are a couple of booleans that has to be set up in a specific way, and that's how you would choose this exact post search database. And if we look to this, here we have lots of like additional data, and I'm not really sure how you use that. I never really interfaced with this asset. Normalization set. Relax idle. What kind of skeleton it is working with, right? The mannequin. And here is the animation. And a quick preview of it. And transitioning from crouch, right? And if we take a peek at it, there's like a description of how, of all the feet trajectories, etc. Because this is the data that is being sampled on the skeleton to match against other animation to find the next closest thing that you could blend into, kinda. Sheeprand says, I also love all the new docs they are making around the system. Still a massive thing to try to understand. Yes. Even with all this help, it's still a massive thing to like parse through. But the fact that you have any kind of guideline is like making it way easier than it used to be back in Unreal Engine 4. Yeah, and if we take a look at, for example, here, more animations, more data, debug to show the position of feet. Of the mirrors, fruit motion enabled. I wonder how you construct those assets, or is there like automated process for that? Yeah, but basically a lot of clicking through to maintain all of those assets, right? Let's get back to the choosers, because the choosers are choosing one of those post search databases based on those variables, right? And the fact that it can choose from these post search databases comes from here when it chooses like, hey, should I look through this? Should I look through this, and that's how it chooses, right? As the name implies, choosers, right? Let's take a peek at the slide. It has only two. Knees out, for example. Okay, let's take a look at it. These are like 4 anims. And depending on the trajectory data, feet positions and velocity, right pelvis, and and these are just stats for this particular animation, right? It will try to blend in one of those 4 anims while doing the move based on this data, which is the closest, right? To correctly blend everything. This is like a big setup. Marmalade says, would have been cool if the documentation for C++ thing was as good. Yep. I agree wholeheartedly. GAS gameplay. Wait. I have a brain fart right now. Gameplay ability system, right? For example, if it wasn't for Tronic on GitHub, it would be extremely hard to learn. Yes, Epic provided some examples. Yes, there's some documentation, videos, etc. But Tronic's documentation on gameplay ability system on GitHub is still the best source for that C++ plugin, right? And system. My cat came. Come here for a second. Hi. All the nice folks watching. Hey. Pumba is here. Pumba. What's up? You came here to support me. And you've been to the litter, I can tell. By the smell. So, down with you. Get out in here. And off to chasing something. All right. So yeah, this is the data that is also being sampled to find which frame of the animation within this animation to blend into right now. This is awesome concept. As you can see, lots of assets to click through to create. I'm not sure if there is like a automated process to do this, or do you have to do everything by hand? I would love to talk to someone who set up their own motion matching from the ground up. Like completely from the ground up, especially for some stylized animations. That would be extremely interesting. But yeah, here are all the choosers for Pulsar's database that is being set up in here. Yeah, so let's get back to anim graph and the big comment. And let's select motion matching. In addition to the required inputs, the node has some additional notable features. Blend time float to dynamically change the blend time. Okay. Where is that? Here's the blend profile. Oh, and there are a couple of those. Nice. Blend curve. Nice. Ah, there's blend time. And it's a function, so you can change the blend time depending on some scripted logic. That's nice. Get blend time. Okay, the motion matching node also has random node functions. They are applied to node on update, which calls update motion matching. Yeah, we figured. On motion matching state update, which also calls update motion matching. Post selection. Ah, so those are 2 different functions. After selection has been made, we are getting the data that is being converted to this kind of struct, and we can get the selected animation and database, save all of that, and that's it basically. And then probably this data is being used to actually drive the skeleton, right? I assume. The update motion matching function is evaluating a chooser asset as we explored and outputs an array of motion matching databases. This allows us to separate our locomotion data into multiple databases instead of one gigantic ass one that would be unmaintainable. Let's remember that there are like hundreds and hundreds of animations here, so one big database, you could set it up that way, it would be unmaintainable. Making like, you know, smaller databases and then selecting between those is much more maintainable, right? Kumban, no. Don't eat cake. And what else? The update post selection functions allows us to perform additional logic based on the result of motion matching selection. Okay, so that's also nice. We did some selection and then we can do like a post process and quotables kind of thing. You can also double click motion matching node to open up its blend stack graph. Oh, I didn't know. Blend stack input. How do we blend it? When sampling animations between keyframes, it's nicely commented. Nice. Yeah, I'll be honest, if I was making a game with like super naturalistic, you know, animation movement, then I would for sure use this as an example, or I would set it up, copy all this setup from there, and, you know, apply additional logic if needed. We are copying bones, different bones between IK ones and the regular anim bones, right? Then there's the steering node, which I, to be honest, haven't really used in my day job or in ever, really. Because it is connected to the root motion. I don't really work with root motion. So that's why I don't know this node. Okay. So we have an offset root bone node. And we can steer the character based on the root motion with this. Okay. Rotates the root and lower body by the specified angle. Or counter rotating the upper body to maintain the forward facing direction. Okay, I didn't know that such node exists. That's nice. And then we have orientation warping. All right. And then we are outputting the transformed pose by all of the root motion processing with steering and strafe warping. My cat really wants to play with me, and I kind of have to play with him on the, you know, as a background process in my brain, because if he's bored, he goes straight for the cables. And on Friday, I guess, when I wasn't in front of my computer, he kind of fucked up my keyboard. I'm not mad at him because I could have, you know, do the cable management already, but thank God that I had a spare keyboard. All right, so we got that. I didn't know that it was like the whole thing that I can look into as a subgraph, basically. That's nice. Okay, so we got our whole motion matching black box. Our whole motion matching black box up in here, and it outputs a pose, right? And this is the first pose that we are blending, and what's going on in here? We have a state machine that is also doing its own logic. I understand. It chooses some motion matching and blend stack. I don't know what the fuck any of that means. This is highly experimental setup that aims to combine the controllability of state machines, so the intention, design intention, I would say, the scalability of choosers, and the power of motion matching, and the blending behavior of blend stack. All an effort to build a flexible locomotion system that is artist driven. Artist friendly and easy to control. Okay. The state machine below is used as a purely logical state machine and outputs no pose. Okay, so this has no pose. Its job is write to blend stack using on state entry anim node functions. The two-way blend node allows the blend stack pose to pass through, but it's set to always update children, enabling state machine to run its logic before the blend stack. I kinda maybe understand this. The main purpose of this setup is to inform future tool development and experiment with workflow questions such as what could we do if state machines used a blend stack internally and could easily handle state reentry. The current workflow is far from ideal. It would be great to show it up anyway. Okay, let's take a look at the state control. Okay, this is like a regular thing that you work with when you are setting up your character animation. On ground state, inner state, slide states, and all of the logic connected to it. The transitions, right? If you take a look at this, this is like, you know, calls a function, does something, and I can really see that, yeah, there is no outputting of any kind of pose result. Undo it and enter ground state alias. Okay, so there's like a state machine that is kind of used just as a state machine, not something that processes animation. Two-way blend that allows for blend stack, which in this case is basically the same as the one, almost the same as the one used for regular motion matching. Alright, and those two things are being blended together. I kinda don't understand the relation between the state machine logic, what should be entered with motion matching. I'll be honest. Then there is like pre-layering procedural layer. What is that? Ground alignment. Holy shit. They really like exploded this example, this sample, because I remember looking at it like a year ago, right? Or 2 years ago, I don't really remember. And it was a little bit simpler to parse through. So here it is blending poses between sliding that, if I understand correctly, is being driven by the state machine. Go for cables. No, and from here. Graham says, my headset has been turned off for 30 minutes and I've only just noticed that I only just noticed. That's the kind of day it is. Oh yeah, I understand you. I understand you perfectly. Okay, so we have the input pose, then we are modifying bones, right? One bone, root, basically root, and then we blend that as a sliding pose to the default pose and we output it. All right. Then we have all the additives, which are like lean. God damn, whoever constructed all of this anim logic has to be like genius. Because for me, it's like I would never recreate it from scratch. Like technical animator is a real job. And I don't think they will be soon replaced by AI, because looking at this, it's like, yeah, good luck for all the Geminis and ChatGPTs to figure all of that out. And then body lean poses are separated. Oh, that's nice. This allows the head leans to be applied when the aim offset is not applied. Okay, so we are aiming, not aiming, that's where the leaning is applied. We are aiming, no leaning. Makes total perfect sense, right? I'm blend posing and two-way blend. Alright, great. Then aim offset, which is like a typical aim offset, right? Yeah, taking the blend space, blending poses. Okay. Applying everything to default slot. This is an experimental piece. Offset root bone. That's interesting. We can implement the translation mode, like the getters, rotation, translation, and do something with the root bone and offset it in some specific way. I'm not sure why would I need this. Maybe for like sliding mechanism or something. That's in. And post history, yes. That's the thing that with motion matching that we have to do. We have to keep the track of the history of all the poses and trajectory that was happening before, because that's the only way we can actually adjust and perfectly select which animation we should blend into in this current moment, right? So we wouldn't choose too jarring of the blend, right, between things. Pose history, no. This second motion matching related anim graph node that is critical to motion matching function. Yeah, this node contains a reference to the trajectory, or optionally generates the trajectory itself, which is needed in order to match animation data against, as well as cache previous pose data, which is also used by motion matching query. Yes. So we can actually correctly select everything, and then everything is output. That's one hell of a big ass setup. I feel like I'm underqualified to understand certain things. Like for example, but I guess that's the difference between using mover and regular motion matching, right? If we take a peek at regular character, which is sandbox character underscore CMC. CMC, right? And if we take a peek at its sandbox character CMC anim class, no, they also are using state machine. And I thought that it was something related to mover. Here's your toy. Yeah, my cat can play fetch. So this is, what is the difference between that and that? Not yet fully tuned, motion matching. It seems like they are super similar. What is like the difference between anim instance for the old character movement component and the mover? Motion matching is here the same. State controller here is the same. Additive lean. Aim offset looks a little bit different though. What's up, cat? Damn, come back. they kind of realize aim offset by this simple thing, and in character mover, the aim offset is like its own sub, but it's the same stuff if I understand correctly. No, it's a little bit different. Something called dead blending algorithm, which I don't know what it is. So yeah, there is like a specific difference between lean additives and aim offset that is happening. Offset root bone, I think, might be a little bit different. No, it's the same. Simple IK leg is happening here, while in sandbox character move with mover, I don't see IK legs happening here because I think it was being done here via control rig. So yeah, there are like very specific differences for that. That the IK processing when you are using mover is. Where's my cat? Ah, here. That's something that I would love to have a comment on. Why execute foot IK control rig for slope correction and foot pinning? No, this is an alternative to the foot placement node plus leg IK that should not be both active at once. Ah, so there are two ways of going about it. There's like control rig IK and basic IK, and one of these is being switched depending on the movement mode. So we're either using basic IK or we are using control rig IK for regular stuff. Sliding, traversing, and in air is using basic IK for some reason. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm ready to explore this control rig. Holy shit, no, I'm not ready. There's like a whole branch with check, early out, forward, so set pending reset. And then there's like a whole sequence of things. Construction event, oh my god. Of the alignment, this is tech animator stuff. For handling teleports, yeah, this is way above my knowledge. But basically, what I understand it from it is that this is like a control rig for foot placement, and we can either use that or for the mover or a regular basic IK depending on the movement mode. That's all right. But I don't see the connection to the mover. Let's see. Character movement component here. State machine will be the exact same. Okay. So only slight differences to these graphs, like handling IK, etc. Aim offset, remapping curves. But I do not understand yet how the mover data is getting into this anim graph in any way, shape, or form yet. Let's get back to the pawn. We have our character mover, we have motion warping set up, the component, which as far as I understand is like, you know, you're dragging and dropping it into your pawn, and it kinda should work, right? Nav mesh mover. Okay. Visual override manager, this is like a specific component. Traversal logic. Traversal logic, what is going on here? This is like a specific new component without comment yet, but as I understand, it handles some traversal data, like perform traversal action, and it just plays montages. Okay, so kinda like is a stand-in for abilities. This is where the ability would actually, an ability system component, Or yeah, this is how ability would work. Like, okay, it would just play one of these montages, set up ward targets, ignore component when moving, from collisions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then it's setting the movement either to flying or not flying, basically. Just to handle the vault, for example. You set your character to flying, move the character over the obstacle, turn on the falling or one of these four, depending on context, right? And then all of the replication behavior. Client authoritative, yes. The client has the authority of what is he doing. That's kind of interesting that they implemented it as a specific component. Makes sense though if this example doesn't have a gameplay ability system, because these are the things that you would probably do in an ability. Let's get back to our components. This is override manager, which probably, as I expect, is just changing the mesh or the child actor component. All the events probably deals with audio, yes, and playing all the footsteps, etc., etc. Although I didn't hear it, I might have volume too low. But yes, play fully event is just, yeah, they just created a couple of components to handle like a regular stuff, which would be handled in a different way in an actual game, like either via abilities, like with the performing a specific movement, like vaulting, or via, how is it called in gameplay ability system? Gameplay cues, or via gameplay cues, right? Okay, so that's great. Now let's take a look at this setup, because that's maybe where all the gold is hidden of like how mover is married to the character mover component. First of all, there we have some binding of events where the character movement changes movement mode. It calls this delegate of movement mode change on pre-simulated tick, so we could find the moment where the character movement is gathering inputs and trying to find out what kind of movement it should perform. Add tick per prerequisite component, add tick prerequisite actors. Yeah, makes sense to set up the order of updates, right? That okay, first character movement update, and in order to tick, it needs skeletal mesh, etc., etc. On possession, we are doing something, setting up camera and input. Okay. On tick, we are of course caching inputs for mover, right? That's interesting. Here, they are saying to us that sometimes other system needs to use the inputs created by mover component, right? Camera or animation. And in order to sync all of everything up, so it won't, starts to be like animation have its own update, mover has its own update and input, and it quickly goes haywire because animations are doing something different than the movement of the character actually does. They are saying that it's the best to practice to receive the inputs from the mover component rather than using the exact same inputs that were sent to the mover. So we have one source of truth, and that source of truth is this get last input command, right? And getting all this input, and then maybe sending that to the camera and animation. Okay. We are caching inputs. We are updating floor values, which is just tracing, control rotation state, sliding audio, targeted actor. This is a very simple system made to showcase the flexibility of mover and how it can rotate the pawn in arbitrary directions, contrary to CMC, where there were only 2 rotation modes. Ah, yes, okay. It kind of simulates the targeting system. Okay, so probably more like NPCs can use that. Twin stick mode and debug drawing. Okay, okay. To find where mover take inputs, open the produce input function and interfaces tab. Ah, yes, that's something that I kind of forgot. We have an interface set up in our phone. If I will only find this interface. If I remember how to find interface. Ah, yes, here. Mover input produce interface. Because when you're using mover, you should also override via interface this function, produce input, because that's where you will actually be able to get the input that your mover gets from, like, you know, gamepad, etc., and processes all that and set up as data to be used further down the line by other systems, right? That's what it is doing basically. Like, okay, let's set up the directional input, whether we are jumping, what is our rotation, kind of rotation, and what is the orientation intention actually. If we have any custom inputs, you know, save them, and set it up as one nice tight package, you know, to be received later down the line by input command result, right? So that's one nice thing. I forgot that it kind of works like that, right? And then we can actually, you know, implement our inputs in input state about what is happening, right? But I'm still not seeing the connection between motion matching and mover. Like, we have lots of data set up on tick, caching inputs from mover, right? Mover custom inputs post sim. And default inputs, right? After simulation. So we simulated some movement with mover, like, I don't know, vaulting, sliding, or whatever, right? We are ready for that frame. We simulated everything. And we have our inputs post simulation. We have all updated the variables on mover component, right? To understand whether we are walking, running, flying, sliding, etc. And that's the thing that I don't understand. The mover right now is processed everything that it needs to process. And how does our motion matching access this data? That's the one thing that I don't understand right now. And I might need another quick 5-minute break. So I'll be back in like a couple of minutes. Let me quickly write the chat. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you around. All right, I'm back. I'm back, and let's try to search for the connective tissue between the mover component and the animation motion matching. Because right now I'm suspecting that the connective tissue might be super simple, and I'm just searching for something like, oh, there will be like a extremely hard, complicated logic to it, and maybe there is not. Maybe there might be some complications in the animation implementation, like all the control rigs, etc., that was being set up there in the anim graph on the specific movement implementations, but the connective tissue between them actually might be extremely simple from what I understand. Boomba. Oh. Yeah. Dziękuję. Because that's like what right now I am kind of deriving from that there's not like no direct connection between those two. Umba. Umba. Yeah. Oh my god. Come here. Yeah, sometimes that's how my day job looks like. I'm trying to work and the cat wants to play. And he goes straight for the cables. I need to get him like this electronic toy that, you know, can run around, etc., so he can play around with that himself. Right? Little fella? Oh, you want to get out? Oh, of course. All right. Sorry for that. I needed to, you know, let the cat out from the bedroom. So yeah, I'm suspecting right now that the only connective tissue between, which is actually good information for us, the only connective tissue between character movement and our animation graph is that the character movement moves character as it should, and at the end we have our movement mode variables, our position, our orientation, intention, etc. set up, and we're just sampling that in animation graph, right? Because take a peek at this. We got even tick or on movement mode change, and let's try to find that. On mover mode changed. And it is setting up the movement mode and playing like Foley events or whatever, right? But basically it's setting the movement mode, and that's kind of it, right? And the same way, if we look at the other event that's being bound here on pre-simulate tick, this is pre-simulation. It will either crouch or not crouch character, okay. Cache inputs from mover. Everything is being cached in here. Yeah. Get current movement mode, and it takes it from character movement, and it tries to find within movement mode map, depending on the name of the movement mode and character mover, and return it. Yeah, I think that's the only connective tissue. But the one thing that I'm kind of wondering though, and I'm not seeing an answer here, is, if I understand it correctly, there is lots of like root animation handling in motion matching, right? Just to correctly sample and move character around. But the movement here is being done by mover. So I'm not sure even how to check this, but am I correct in my assumption that when you are using mover component and doing all the movement there, you kind of have to disregard the root motion in your animations, but you can't, right? Because that's how some of the motion matching works and why there's this fluidity there. So that's something that I kinda am not understanding and not finding the answer in here. But let's take a quick, just as a side quest, and for the sanity's sake, a quick gander at those level blocks where, you know, the vaulting happens, right? How does this work, right? We have our level block being set up here, right? The only thing that it has is like a construction script and update text and materials. Okay. But in our traversable, okay, we have splines set up. Each on one of the ledges that exist, right? Find ledge closest to the actor. There's a function that we can ask level block about, and it will find the ledge to warp to, right? Maybe this will help us search for the connective tissue. Who calls that? Find references by name. Okay, I got only this and this. Get ledge transform. Okay. Who calls that? No one. So you gotta do search and blueprint, right? Find in blueprints. Level block traversable. And the component traversal logic. Alright. So our stand-in for the ability. Maybe that's where some of the connective tissue is here. Set warp targets, movement mode, try traversal action. That's what happens here, right? We are playing montage of a move, right? With the mover component. That's a new function, I just realized. Play montage on the mover component. Plays a montage on which mover and skeletal mesh, on actor with mover and skeletal mesh component. Used for network animation with motion. So here is the part of the connective tissue. This custom play montage node. Here is our connective tissue, guys. This play montage is used on the pawns with mover and skeletal mesh component. You are specifying mover component. I wonder if... Yeah, it is a C++ node. And I don't have a generated code for this, so... Fuck. But basically... This is the node that is connecting mover and root motion, basically. That root motion is being probably sampled from the animations. And then it is being applied as a main driver for the movement that is happening when doing a traversal, right? Warp targets, that's exactly where we actually are getting we are sampling for ledge location, right? Let's actually search for that, shall we? This here. And try traversal action. Cache some important values for later. Then we have step 2.1. We are tracing We are tracing to find the actor. So it's more Dying Lighty. But it's less like, hey, let's try to find the shape of the mesh that we are hitting and detect which animation we should play. It's more like, hey, let's trace for the actor, and within that actor, let's trace, if it is level block, get ledge transform, which is like a simpler way of doing this. We can do the whole debug, but that is our ledge transform, right? And that is the result that is being then checked. Some mathematics and another trace to find something. Whether we have room to perform the ledge action, right? If there's a room to move up and grab the ledge, right? And we're saying the height of the obstacle, then there's another trace in front of the ledge to the back of the ledge to see if there is place to for us after the movement, and if there is, we are saving that info. And where is the floor after we are over the obstacle, right? Or the ledge, where should we warp into? And after all of this information has been set up, we find another correct connective tissue. That's where we are setting up all the data for the warping and sending it to our animation blueprint, and that's what is being considered for motion matching, right? And post motion matching, warping. And here is where we are evaluating post match column. So that's where we are taking the actual our anim instance, anim movement. Okay, we found the connective tissue, guys. We finally found like actual script, not only like, hey, it saves up a movement and like we can sample what is our color and velocity, etc. No, here is the connective tissue. And mover character, if it is the mover character, we are directly interacting with the anim instance, getting the post history, telling the anim blueprint exactly to be like, hey, I know you have your whole logic set up of your choosers and how to search for the database, but right now you're doing this shit. Use this exact chooser. Traversal montages, right? Hurdles, mantles, vaults, etc. This is how the mover connects to the like directly to the motion matching, right? We are doing a traversal, which in the GAS gameplay ability system nomenclature would be an ability. Here it is set up as the component for the easier approach, right? We are playing some montage using the new node that combines mover and the animation blueprint, right? And then after that, we are telling animation motion matching within our animation instance to use that exact chooser to sample for these exact values, right? And those have been, saved here by this traversal logic, right? What is the front left, front? Is it the front ledge, back ledge? What is the depth? Whether we have, what is the ledge height, etc., etc. What type of action type it is going on right now, and if it is like hurdles, here's our all the animation montages that we should choose from, right? Like, okay, if you have this obstacle depth, this height, and the character has this speed, and our movement mode, which is set up by our mover component, this is what you should, this is the pose to match against, right? This is what you are blending to, right? So this, we finally found, okay, I finally understand it more. This is how we set up, like, hey, in the mover, we created a specific move that we composed a specific move, right? That is being driven by animation and its root motion, right? But it is being then this data fed through the mover so it can replicate over the network, etc. And then we directly tell it, hey, this is the chooser that you're using right now. Forget everything else. We are doing this ability right now. This is what you should motion match against, right? All the mantles, vaults, etc. If we look, take a peek into this, all of this is nicely set up for us. All the anims, all the ranges of variables, what is the movement, etc., etc. So that is our direct connection. Fucking finally. And look at that. Even if it wasn't a mover character, so we would be using regular old as CMC, they would still set it up in the same way and directly say to the animation blueprint, animation instance, to use specific other chooser table with different animations, which would use, as I see, very similar data, but maybe different animations that are fitting more with the character mover component instead of, new mover component. So this is our direct connection. We compose the move for the mover when we are launching it. There's like the whole logic of like detecting, ability logic of like detecting what we are interacting with when it comes to this movement, and then we are directly telling the animation instance which chooser, and it goes for both CMC and the mover, which chooser it should use. And we are directly evaluating it here. So we are doing it on a game thread while the ability is running, right? We are getting the result of the anim montage and saving it, caching it, right? And at the end, if I understand that, if we have some result, right, then we are both performing traversal action, which in this case is, as I said, just playing the correct montage, right? With the mover node, which means all the root motion data is being fed through the mover network backend liaison and fed to other clients or sent to server or whatever. There's an RPC for server if we are client. If we are only client, we are selling the server to do this exact rotation, do to this exact traversal action, right? So we already have an RPC built in to this, and that's it, right? So that's how you would construct an ability and tell if you are using motion matching and mover and either have your own ability system or using GASP. That's how you would interface with it. Like you have your special attack, your traversal movement, etc. Here is the setup you would do. Like perform all the necessary checks and logic to save the data for warping when it comes to moving, or if you're doing like some special attack, do this kind of logic. That's what I would call it. Then directly tell animation instance which chooser you should use it and construct your own chooser with the data that it is needed, right? Data from the logic. And then just perform this via play montage, right? And it should work all right. Actually, that's a kind of a simple setup. So if I understand that correctly, if anyone, knows more about motion matching, mover, or the connection between those, and you see that I'm making an error in my reasoning here, please leave a comment, write on Discord or whatever. I'll, gladly accept feedback if I'm, making a mistake. But as far as I understand it, how all this connection works between mover and anim motion matching, right? Just to put it in like way simpler understanding, right? We have our mover component, right? Mover component. It takes some input, right? Then it produces like an input queue, right? That will be evaluated for simulation. And if any other system has to work with any inputs, it shouldn't use this, it should use this to sync up all the movement that will be done by the mover component with other systems, right? And then it does the simulation, right? It does the simulation that it needs to. This simulation saves up like all the movement mode data, the speed, the direction velocity, direction plus velocity, right? If I remember correctly, orientation intent, etc., etc. And it saves up that data. Then animation instance, which contains an MVP, right? Which contains all the anim motion matching nodes, right? And logic connected to it of post anim motion matching, right? It reads from that data, samples that data, or should I draw it differently, that it is that way, right? All this data then is being sampled by animation instance, right? And what is happening next? Yeah, and then it, evaluate chooses and the pose history, right? To find new pose and frame to blend. Right? That's how it works for the regular movement, walking around, etc. Right? But then this is like not a direct connection, right? It's like, okay, mover component does its thing, simulates the movement, saves up all this data, animation input is animation instance, takes this data, evaluate what should be done, blends into a specific frame, right? If I understand that correctly. If there is like one thing that I kinda am still missing, and this is like a big quotation mark, is like root motion. What if the base of our regular walking around, jumping, etc. is, all that movement is being realized through root motion? What I understand needs to happen is that those animation then needs to kind of feed back to mover component to take this data, root motion data, and feed it through all the mover component network backend license so it could be replicated, etc., right? So for the regular movement, I'm not aware how that connection happens. I will, search in a second. But what I understand is that this is like a regular moving, running around. But if you want to perform like a specific movement, like for example, vaulting, right? Vault, or like a specific attack, right? Or whatever. Here is what happens. Here they realized it through component, but it would be like more of like an ability, right? In the GASP speaking term, or like your own ability component or whatever, right? It has its own logic, custom logic, right? Of like getting and caching the correct data to work with, right? Custom data, some kind of custom data. Then this ability tells the anim instance, or should I go like custom data is being produced, then anim instance is being directly accessed and being fed this custom data, and it's being asked to evaluate a specific chooser dataset with this custom data, and in turn it produces a specific montage anim montage to play, play montage node, a new node for the mover, right? Because it is being called on the mover. We are, getting a reference to the mover component in here. And that's how animation motion matching still, works, evaluates what it should blend to, while still the root motion data from this ability is being fed through mover. So that's like, a very specific movement path, right? That one. That's like one path, and here's like a regular movement that is, right now happening when you are just walking around and jumping in a regular way. The only thing that, as I said just a second ago, that is still a mystery for me is the root motion data that is contained within the regular movement animations, how that gets fed up to the mover component once again, right? Because it has to, right, in order for it to work over the network. So right now we will search for that, because this is traversal logic. Thanks to that, we kind of unlocked the knowledge of how the traversal logic, interfaces directly with the anim instance and the choosers for the motion matching, right? But how the fuck the regular data from either animation or movement is getting fed into, because it's like we have our orientation intents, movement modes, etc., and part of that is being processed by mover and saved, cached by mover, like, hey, I did this move right now, here's all the cached stuff, and then we can sample that and fed into motion matching, so it will just update the blend. But what if the animation itself has a root motion information to drive our movement? How does that feeds back? Because it feels like it kind of has to, but I cannot find this. Is it like in character mover settings? Like walking, blueprints override, right? There's like BP, movement mode, walking, mover, on dynamic base, body only, shared setting classes, transitions, no, walking settings. BP, movement mode, walking. Let's try to find this. BP, movement mode, movement mode, walking. What is this data asset? Maybe this is what contains the answer to our mystery. When it activates, if we were falling and we just landed, and after some slight delay we turned it off. Oh, okay. And generate a simple walk move. I think this might be the answer, because we are either getting the walk move and transform over root. We either have a delta on a transform of what should be done in this frame produced by mover component and its logic, or we are taking it from the animation as a root motion, right? One of those two things. There has to be something there. Move walking mode. Shit, it's in C++. Okay. I don't want to do this right now. But first, it has a sequence where it caches the current input, which is a regular for movement. Then it sets up the offset. It sets up the facing where we should face with our character, max speed, great acceleration, deceleration, turning strength, facing smooth time. Yeah, so all the things that we would apply to the character capsule, right? And then it does generate simple move, walk move, right? So that's kind of what produces, we feed in delta seconds, desired velocity, etc. And that should actually move our capsule, right? This bit of logic prevents the character from under-rotating when the camera is turning quickly in the current offset is beyond 155 degrees. Okay, so this is like a Polish kind of thing that for polishing the movement, right? Okay, if you have over 135 degrees turn, there's some logic for that, right? To set that vector. Is there like a return value? No. On that function? No, no return value. So it just generates a simple walk move. We would need to have okay, fuck it, generate a project file. An error occurred. Okay, I don't have a setup right now. Okay, so fuck it. I don't remember how it generates it, but if it is in C++, it probably doesn't interface with mover component directly. So so that only moves our capsule, right? So that's for the setup where mover moves the capsule around and animation adjusts to whatever the result of the capsule movement is, right? But what if we have our root motion kind of like with the traversal ability? When we want to take the walking root motion and feed it back to the mover. It's not set up completely that way, so do we only use really root motion and motion matching only for the traversal abilities but not for the regular walking? It also could be a setup. It also could be a thing because with the abilities, traversal abilities, we are directly overriding whatever animation movement component would be doing. We are overriding it and telling it like, no, evaluate this animation, and after you do this, feed it back to me as a mover component, and I will process it and move the capsule accordingly. While all the montage stuff is already sorted out, maybe that's how it works. Maybe that's how all of it, actually works, because I don't, at least for now, if any of you, watching it or seeing it later down in the future understands how for non-ability, non-traversal stuff, I can set up movement in such way that I have root motion baked into my animations and I feed that back to regular mover, I, am willing to hear about that. Crouch input toggle. Okay, these are not the things that are connecting with that right now. Motion warping, it's just motion warping component. That's not it. Nav mover. Responsible for implementing nav move interface with mover component. Yada yada yada. Alright. That's also, I don't think, it. Yeah. So I believe that's the question that I have. I don't think that right now the mover pawn in this example is set up that way. I think it's set up that way that it follows one flow where the capsule of a character is being moved by mover component, and then animation motion matching kind of disregards the root motion info and it just adjusts the animation to whatever the data is cached after the movement happened, right? But when we are looking at those choosers, there was goddamn we can see. Okay, this is a slide which wasn't a part of traversal or traversal montages. No, slide is not one of those abilities. So I guess actually, yeah, we should search for like slide, because slide, as we can see, has root motion, and there was no additional logic to sliding in mover, so we have to chase down the slide. If we chase down the slide, because it's not being done as a traversal logic, if we can chase down the slide, we will understand how it has to have movement mode of sliding, and then it disregards anything, right? And it's either feed out, or if the movement direction is forward, it is feed out. If it is any other, it is knees out. Okay. And there's like an intro. All right. So it will do this post search. Sandbox character mover ABP. Input output. This parameter can both read from and read to write to from sandbox character mover ABP. Okay. And it is a post search. Continuing blah blah blah. Normalization set. We have all the information about root motion, right? And trajectory that is happening here. So it's gotta. Okay, I'm kind of losing sanity right now. Let's look at stand rounds, and let's look, for example, at some kind of loop, right? Forward loop. It also has like a root motion with the regular movement, and it is being driven by the mover component, or I just don't see how this root motion feeds back into a mover. It's like, it feels like, yes, we are using some of the data that mover component set up in the simulation, but not the capsule movement. We are evaluating kind of as in the ability stuff. We are evaluating animation, and we're seeing what's the root motion, and somehow it feeds back into the mover simulation. But I just don't see how. It might be more tricky. We might need 2 streams on that. And I might need to generate the code version of that project so I can actually, you know, debug some code. Yeah, I just don't see such setup. BP movement, is there's like root? No, there's no setting for root motion. Here are all the acceleration, deceleration variables that are responsible for, in theory, capsule movement. And nothing about motion matching or anything like. I don't see anything like this in here apart from the component for the ability of, you know, vaulting, etc. Although there, when it's jumping, there is traversal action, crowd, strafe, aim. Just saving that. Yeah, there's this one, you know, I'm missing one bit of information. How the hell, in the regular walking, running, the root motion data is being fed back to mover component? I see it in traversal abilities because it's explicitly stated. Like, where was that? Here. Evaluate this chooser and give me the freaking data, and depending on the data, it will play the specific montage, right, on this new node, which takes in mover component and starts feeding the root motion data to mover, right? But I don't see it in a regular movement, at least not in this class. Yeah, there's like one missing piece to all of that. Smart object, maybe it is in the smart object. Not really. No. Nothing here. No. Okay, let me evaluate that once again. And let me maybe like search for like mover, as mover. Two variables, initialize mover predictor. There is something in blueprints, initialize mover predictor. And it's getting the, we're getting somewhere. It's getting the mover component, and depending when it has mover, it creates a mover trajectory predictor, which is something completely new. Is it like a, what is that? Mover. It's a C++ class. Fuck. Okay, C++ class. Mover trajectory predictor, right? I cannot mover trajectory. Shit. Mover trajectory. Shit. Mover trajectory predictor. No such thing. Yeah, it is in C++ class. Okay. We found some, you know, hint, breadcrumbs of connection to the mover. That it constructs and creates this predictor, which is just a U object. Caches this created predictor. It's setting up this predictor with the mover component, and mover sampling frame rate is being set up on this predictor. So we really need a C++ code for that. All right. And in the update blueprint, in the update animation, if it has mover, it constantly updates CVAR driven variables. Offset root bone is enabled. It caches it. Okay, all of that is being cached. The settings, kinda. Update properties from character, which get properties for animation, which is here. Get properties for animation, right? It should be there at least. Get good properties for animation. And if the character mover is valid, it then takes movement mode, crouching, mover custom inputs, and all the transform, etc. from the mover. So animation can sample it. Okay, but how the root motion gets back? Is this like this root trajectory? I think I'm getting the picture in here. Okay, let's get back to this. Was it this? No, this is CMC. Right? Okay. Update logic. What is here? Update trajectory. What is here? This function updates the trajectory history using predictor. Generates a future prediction using the motion model from the default character movement component. Custom character movement components may need a custom generate trajectory function. Known issues: montage, root motion, and warping will not affect trajectory generation. Okay, so root motion from montage will not be taken to the account for trajectory. Okay. We have a predictor. We're checking for collisions. And we are creating what will be the future trajectory. Okay. Not sure. I think I'm getting the picture, but... And that's where in animation, all the character transforms, as I see, are getting caches the root bone transformation from the offset root bone node if possible. Throwing the offset this way instead of using get second transform function shows a more accurate value. Since skeletal meshes rotate at -9 degrees by default in editor, an offset is added to make angle comparisons against other. Okay, so it caches all the... After the trajectory has been predicted, etc., it caches all the values, updates the states of movement mode that will be happening. Okay, so it's even weirder than I thought, actually. Caches rotation mode and saves the last frame. Okay, everything is getting cached on the update. Aim offset and add the clean, right, in the logic update. And post anim evaluation, there's only like debugs. Okay. Initialize mover predictor component by class where it is being used. Okay, to this set mover. Setup mover component. Okay, so we kind of basically update motion matching. This is also huge. This anim node is called whenever motion matching node is updated. It evaluates choosers. Unbox. Okay, so here are our choosers. Okay, and okay, so I am kind of getting the full picture in here, sorta, kinda. There's still like a little bit of mystery to me. My camera died? Oh no! Ah, fuck. Okay, let me turn it on and off again. No, it doesn't work. Deactivate. Activate. Oh, okay. I think it should be back. Thank you for letting me know, Marmalade. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So right now in my investigation, of how the regular movement works between mover and animation movement component is like, wait, mover updates and produces some data after the update. That is some conspiracy level board. Yeah, thank you. I guess it is TL Draw. It is free and open source on GitHub, I think. Nice free, like endless canvas to draw. And whenever I'm debugging something or getting to know something, you know, it always helps to just like start writing down things that you know, questions that you have, etc., etc., and start connecting the dots, especially with the more complicated systems, right? And I feel like this mover to motion matching, right? There is like some level of, I don't know how to even call it, black box interaction between each other that I feel like you really have to be a technical animator with possibly C++ skills to unravel that super quickly and understand how to set it up from scratch, right? Because from what I understand, mover has some update, and that's the one thing I don't understand. Does it move the capsule immediately? That's how it usually works, right, with movement? Or does it just create the data as if it moved the capsule? Because then motion matching uses some predictor that takes data from mover. Then it looks like it predicts some stuff, caches it, uses it for chooses to detect which animation it should blend into, but also sends the motion data somehow back to mover. So it kind of feels like the update of a mover doesn't move the capsule at all. It only produces the data for the predictor that then predicts like what will happen with the capsule, that and the movement that will be used to evaluate animation and find the next frame to blend into, and you know the anim root motion anim delta basically, and feed it back to mover update, which kinda feels weird. I'll be honest, feels weird. Marmalade says, I have endless notebooks on my desks. Got used to writing on paper. Even with drawing tablet, I don't writing things on PC. I understand that. I also have I have 3 notebooks right now. One is in my backpack because I was seeing a friend yesterday, but where the fuck is it? Yeah, here's like my day job notebook, right? When I'm writing all the day job related stuff. I have my private notebook where I'm usually when working using that notebook, etc., etc. So I understand 100% what you're saying, and I also prefer paper, but I realize that oftentimes I'm debugging something at the day job, making notes, and then I'm on a call with someone and explaining what I found. And I kind of am redrawing it in Paint or something, right? So for some of the stuff on the day job that I know that I might be sharing, I'm using TL Draw to, you know, have this and just turn on screen sharing on a call and just show them this crazy scientist board, right? So I kind of got used to both. Like for the work purposes and sharing purposes, this, and for my own purposes, definitely I prefer pen and paper. 100%. 100% with you. Green Coke! Hi, Green Coke! Nice to have you here. Is this Crazy Scientist Hour where we have Wild Heron try to go into mathematical solvers of the Unreal Engine universe? Kinda, yes, kinda right now. My brain is a little bit fried, I'll be honest, because I think I understand Mover in an okay fashion. Motion matching for sure less than Mover, but at least I understand the big picture idea of it and how it should work. And in the newest game animation sample, they updated the example in such a way that it has a pawn that uses both mover for all the, you know, network mover prediction, etc. All the good stuff there, and motion matching to, you know, have the smooth animation, etc. And I kind of don't understand which one of those things actually produces the final transformation data that will be fed into mover and sent over the network, right? Because it kind of looks like both mover does a little bit of update and then motion matching does a little bit of update, and I don't know which one has the final say and at which point which of those two components are sending the data to whom and in which order. It's kind of crazy. Marmalade says, usually on the movement component side, it catches the root motion data to apply it to on behaviors. Yes, that's my assumption, right? And that's my similar assumption that, okay, mover should just get the root motion data and process it in its own way in order to, you know, replicate that, etc., etc. But also the mover is supposed to be the tool where you can compose moves, right? And they provided a good example of how you can do like a traversal ability where most of the logic is being done on the mover side of things, but then, and caching the data, but then it specifically says to the motion matching, hey, here's the move I want you to perform, here's your data set that you need to right now sample, etc. And after you do this, feed me back the root motion data. The flow of things is perfectly understandable. Movement, specific ability, movement logic happening, right? Then evaluation of the root motion data, then feeding it back to the mover. Our job is done, right? But for the regular running, at least the way it is being set up here, it's not as clear of a picture. It has to go like this, right? That something is happening on the mover side of things. Animation is, you know, evaluating root motion data, and the mover has to take it. But I cannot find, and I probably won't find because I have to finish stream soon, I cannot find this link. There's like some predictor that takes the mover data to decide what frame should be next and etc. and what kind of animation data will it provide and root motion data, but how the fuck it's getting sent back to the mover for the root motion, I haven't found. Marmalade says, right now I have 5 on desk, 2 on your couch, and stacks of them on the shelves. I understand that. I completely understand that. That's, in my opinion, a perfect amount of, you know, notebooks and notes. Greencock says, all motion matching does is that speed of the component and uses that to drive a 2D or 3D blend space to pick the animation. Of course, a bit different, but that's the basics of any anim picking. Yeah. AI pawn moves, ABP read speeds, picks anim. Yeah, that's how it works if the base, especially in multiplayer game, if the capsule movement is being driven through movement code and animation takes the data from that and adjusts to that, right? But here in this example, it's kind of more like, hey, all of the movement is being derived from root motion in the animations, right? So the capsule doesn't move unless animation has been evaluated. So it's more like a single player God of War kind of type of way. But also there is a mover there for composition, so that's of moves. So that's kind of frying my brain. What's first, chicken or the egg, right? This is the type of situation. And right now, thanks to allergies and regular life, tiredness, my brain is kind of fried, so I cannot longer comprehend. Greencock says, no, still the same? Huh? How? Greencock says, pawn moves, speed is used to pick anim with root motion, or whatever variables, right? And it's the same. It might be that I'm having a brain fart and you're right, and I'm missing something right now. I am fully accepting that it might be the case that I just don't see that it's the same right now. Because from what I right now was like looking through all the setup, it kind of felt like only after animation has been evaluated, right? The root motion data is being fed to the mover, and only after that the capsule is being moved. At least for the traversal ability, I saw that that's explicitly how it's being set up, right? But for the regular movement, I thought that it's like, okay, the capsule moves and then the anim, just reflects that movement, right? Greencock says, you give input which gives the player a speed based on move component speed. Either AI gives speed or player presses the W button. 100% there with you. 100% there with you. Then ABPs reach the speed, apply anim to the bones, and do whatever with the new root position. Marmalade then says to Greencock, but it can be done also this way. Pass input to anim, pick root motion anim, move the pawn with root motion. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Yeah, I'm probably like explaining it not as well. So sorry for that. But that's what I think right now is happening with the example that I'm looking at. But animation is just frames and text, no input. It kind of goes, at least from what I saw, is that yes, the mover takes input, processes that, but then it sends it to the motion matching, and then there is something that I don't understand there called predictor, which takes those inputs and the data from mover and predicts what will happen next. And based on that prediction, it chooses something in the motion matching, right? And then, from what I understand, this root motion data is being fed, to be replicated. But I don't understand how yet. It has to blend animations using multiple anim frames from diff anim. Marmalade says to Greencoat, it takes inputs in the animation matching system. You define what inputs it has, pass it from the gameplay code, and it would pick the best animation based on the input you pass it. Greencock says, this is definitely something you'll have to read the source code for, I guess. Yes, exactly, because the way I look at it, both of y'all and me are right, because all of those ways you could set it up are valid, right? You can have capsule move and then animation adjust to post movement data, right? We can take, send inputs, and there was a comment in here from the Epic that basically said that, hey, you can take those inputs and send straight to the animation so it will be evaluated. Yeah, and then there is something that, we're looking right now here at this crazy scientist drawing board that I don't understand, that it's kind of like a feedback loop between mover and motion matching. Yeah, but definitely from the, like purely, if I was setting everything up from the scratch, and I wouldn't be using root motion, right? I would set it up that, hey, capsule moves and then animations reflect that, because that is just a simpler way of handling things. If I wasn't going for cinematic movement, right? Imagine if Greencock says, imagine a 3D blend space. I have position space and weight speeds in 2D grid. Motion matching has to be the same, where you take direction and pick anim if you're halfway multiple you blend. Yes, no. I understand how the basic of motion matching. Like that's, yes, you're 100% right. The question that will probably not be solved for today's stream, because I'm ending soon in like 6 minutes, is for this particular implementation in that particular game sample, right? Greencock says, I mean, this means you always need input first. Yes, there is input first. Definitely, we can see that there's an input first going into mover component, and then the simulation happens or ability happens, and then the montage is being played. Definitely, that is true. Random user 254 says, isn't it the same with motion matching? Greencock says input that's translated into values and then read over blend space. Yes, I am 100%. Capsule moves and animations match to that movement. That also might be the case. I would have to probably get into the code to check for that, whether it might be that hey, capsule moves and then the animation moves with root motion, and this root motion isn't being fed back to mover component. It's just that based on the mover component simulation and the root motion from animation, both capsule and animation ends up in the same place. It could also be that the animation moves to match that movement. It could also be that. Right now, I'll be honest, my brain is fried a little bit. The only thing I do 100% understand for this game example, because it was explicitly implemented, is that when you're doing an ability of vaulting, we can see in script that input is being processed. Right, we can get back to the Unreal. To here. Perform traversal act is being called. Traversal action. There's a try of traversal act is here's the logic of like tracing of where someone should land after vaulting or whatever, right? Then explicitly motion matching is being from animation blueprint is being evaluated, right? Okay, here's my data from my logic, right? Now I know where I should land, etc. Use this exact chooser table with all these montages, right, to find the best montage and the best frame right now for me. And after all of that is and after animation montage decides what should be done, then performance of traversal action is being called, and that's where mover actually takes this data from animation and uses it to, drive the capsule, right? Here it is explicitly done, but that is for like a special ability of vaulting, right? And I was wondering how it works for regular, moving around, and I think I got way lost in the weeds, and that might be it for today. Greencock says, you asked what's first. I would say it's input, values, anims, blend, root override, finish all output. But that's all I can think of with my limited info of anims, because I never used any of these fancy things yet. But that aside, base flow of things never really changed that much through new systems. Yeah, I agree. That's how I predict it should work. It's just the fact that I haven't seen this explicitly being stated here. It might be that it's in C++ code hidden, right? With this predictor, for example, that I found, which I don't know what it is. But I completely agree that it should go like this: input, logic of volumes, anims, blending to the newest frame, and then the root override happens, right? That seems logical to me. But so far, the evidence suggests that for this specific example, it might be it, or it might be some weird loopback situation that I don't understand. Marmalade says the problem that there's no right way to do it, just a lot of slightly wrong ways in terms of the sample. It has both standard kinematic movement, like via movement component, and for some animations they use root motion. Yes, exactly. You defined exactly why it is so hard for me to like. I'm struggling with comprehending that. That it is kind of like that. This example is kind of like combining both ways. Like, hey, here's like your regular ass kinematic, code-based movement via movement component, right? In this case, mover component, and the camera died as well. No, it didn't. And some animations they have only root motion, and it seems like there's like a mixing of both of those, and only for traversal abilities it is so explicitly stated that I understand the flow of data. But yes, Marmalade, thank you for nice summary why this poses a problem for my comprehension, right? Apart from that I am a dummy, right? That they are kind of combining two ways of doing this thing, and it's not as explicitly stated how data flow, right? Random user says right montages are different. For regular movement, the capsule generates trajectory based on the movement model, and motion matches animation based on the trajectory. Movement model comes from CMC mover. Right now they are pretty much the same, I believe. Okay, so if I understand it correctly, for regular movement, the capsule generates trajectory and the capsule is being moved by the movement code, and then the on motion matching only chooses the animation and that's it. That would make sense. That would make sense because I cannot find this connective tissue that I found for ability, right? Marmalade says, well, it's common to have kinematic movement for general movement, like walking or running around, and root motion for combat, sliding, and climbing. Yeah, God of War way, right? Because regular kinematic movement is just much more responsive. Yeah, all of that makes sense. It might be that it's that way here. It's just for some reason, I have trouble finding that, hey, that's exactly how it works, right? Random user 254 says, you can see the trajectory if you press apostrophe. Apostrophe. Oh my god, sorry. And I think also there's like, I can turn it on here. Apostrophe didn't work for me, but I think it was somewhere like here, yes, traversal, trajectory. And now, yes, it is. Oh, yes, I think you guys are right. Because before even animation is setting up, just by pressing inputs, the trajectory that is generated by mover component is being instantly updated, right? Regular movement. An animation follows after that. Okay, so I think it was my own fault, probably. I was thinking a little bit overcomplicating things, as I tend to do. And for regular movement, all the root motion, maybe it may be baked into the animation because why not, right? But might be disregarded for the movement, right? Not for the animation, but for the movement. is disregarded. It is being driven by kinematic code, right? And then, you know, the animation is adjusting to that, and only for those specific traversal abilities we are feeding back the root motion data to the mover component. I think you guys are right, and I kind of got a little bit too lost on that. I haven't found the explicitly that stated in the blueprint or any settings, but this debug kind of gives it away that hey, he's predicting trajectory that I will fall off, etc., right? And if I do fall off, it just matches against that. I think you guys are right. Yeah, but Marmalade also put it nicely that the way this example is set up, kinda, at least for me, at this state of mind, which is tired, is done in such a way that for ability movement it was easier to find the data flow, but for regular movement it was hard to find that, yeah, the root motion data is not being fed back to kinematic code. But at least on debug it kinda looks like that. Even when I press crouch. Random user 254 says, yeah, example has a lot of intuitive things, especially with the state machine setup. There is a state machine and motion matching hybrid in there that is so overly complex. Yeah, I tried to take a peek at this state machine, but I quickly thought not to, you know, spend too much time in there because I felt like, oh wait, this is way over my skills with animation to understand how motion matching connects to state machine. I understand from the comment there that it is meant to show that hey, artist, you still have like some artistic intention with the state machine in there to kind of override the values from kinematic simulation, but I don't comprehend why it should connect. But still, it's nice that, you know, they have any some sort of comments there. Like I said like an hour ago, I remember on Unreal Engine 4 days where you were launching new game animation sample and you were like, oh, I guess debug era and tens of hours of debugging to understand what the fuck they were trying to show, right? So to me, this is a big improvement that they are, you know, doing all the comments, etc. Not everything is still understandable, and also I'm not a technical animator, so it flies way over my head. But it's still nice to have. Yeah, this is like really complex setup. I agree, random user. Green Coke says, this is why I prefer normal animes. They tough enough to deal with. Oh yeah. Working with anim graph, it tends to explode so quickly in size. Yeah. Random user says, I feel like their velocity is way too fast. Every 6 months you have to catch up to a lot of information. Yeah, that is true. Like, if you want to stay up to date with everything that every new release has to offer, every new plugin, and let's not even speak about community plugins, right? Either on fab.com or GitHub, right? So it would be basically a day job to just keep up with everything and understand it on like even granular level, right? So that's why even at the day job, you know, I see my colleagues, or even at the events, I see other developers being like, okay, you just accept that you won't know everything. And when the time comes that you kind of need to dive deeper into a specific subject, that's when you are going deeper, right? Yeah, it's hard to keep up. Random user says, next update, NMBP won't exist. You have UAF. Won't exist is the wrong quote, just updated. What was the word that, oh my god, right now my brain is such a mush right now. Mm. Obsolete, right? I didn't know that they are, is this like on their product board? And what is UAF? Unreal Animation Framework? What is, no, they don't have it here. Maybe in the forward looking framework. No. Project all. Visual UI systems, modeling, simulation, animation, mixing, and sequencer. Damn, I haven't heard about this UAF. I do wonder what is that. Is it like something here? No. Here? No. Damn, something new. I need to chase that up. Thank you, random user. I will, look into this. Unreal Animation Framework is kind of cool. As far as I know, it was basically made by CDPR. Unreal Engine Fortnite. Oh, and there's a link. Let's quickly, take a peek at it. Ah, that one. Okay. And it's going in 5.8? Oh, so for sure I will be taking a look at that. I will be taking a look at that, and if it was done by CDPR, folks from my city, I will take a look at that. But I'll be honest, right now my brain is fried. I was supposed to end like 10 minutes ago. So yeah, that was looking through game animation sample. I didn't predict that it will fry my brain that much, but it did. So, I hope you guys will have a nice rest of the day and a whole nice next week. And let me quickly take a peek at calendar to see. Yes, next week I will also be streaming. Yes. So see you around the next stream and have a good one. Bye bye, guys.